Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are Sports Zone.
Tonight, the Braves road trip continues from Denver, Colorado, where Alex Wood, armed with one of baseball's best road records, takes them out at Coors Field for the very first time and facing a Colorado club that's won just 2 of its last 11 games. It's game 1 of a 4-game set. It's the Braves and Rockies from Coors next. With all due apologies to the late, great John Denver, the Braves are hoping for some Rocky Mountain Dry. The Rockies lead the world in offense and maybe rain delays too. Threatening skies greet us tonight here at Coors Field as the Braves and Rockies open up a 4-game set. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe, welcome back to the ballpark. Our first look at Walt Weiss and the Colorado Rockies. A familiar refrain for them. They swing the bats great at home, but they've got all kinds of trouble keeping the ball in the ballpark.
That has been a problem, but per usual, the Rockies are hitting. They're hitting at a great clip. They are leading the National League in batting average. They're third in home runs. They've got a guy at third base, an all-star, and Nolan Arenado, who's leading the world in offense. He's doing such great things, and 24 homers on the year. But in the middle, pitching. Last in ERA, last in strikeouts per 9. They're trying to get more sinker ball guys. So far, it hasn't worked too well. Troy Tulowitzki, 20-game hitting streak. He's also been on base 35 straight games.
Kyle Kendrick gets the ball for the Rockies. He's been hit hard with the home run ball. That's something Alex Wood wants to control tonight as he gets the ball for the Braves in the series opener.
Alex has been outstanding on the road, and in fact, he's been pretty darn good at home his last 2 or 3 outings at Turner Field as well. I think he's pitching his best baseball of the year here in the young season. For him right now, he's been in a nice groove. You're seeing some action from that good start in Pittsburgh. Hopefully he'll carry that over to Coors Field today, where in his last 10 road starts, 10 road starts on the year, 5-2, 2.5 ERA, and 7 quality starts out of his 10 road starts.
Should be a lot of fun for the Braves and Rockies batsmen, and Juan Uribe knows a thing or two about the long ball in Denver. When we come back, we'll break down the slugging third baseman's run with the Braves right after this.
This final series before the All-Star break off on the right foot and continue the success that they've had against the Rockies over the last several seasons. Hello, everyone. I'm Andre Aldridge right outside the Braves dugout here, and the Braves also want to see the continued production from Juan Uribe that they've seen from third base. 55 games for everybody else at third, 30 for Juan, and talk about with or without you. The difference has been night and day in more ways than one. Juan started his career 15 years ago as a member of the Colorado Rockies, but he's the focus of our Georgia lottery, hitting the jackpot numbers. His batting average nearly 100 points higher than the other guys. Ditto for the on-base percentage, slugging percentage exponentially better. About the only thing that hasn't completely impressed his new teammates is the fact that the Dodgers are still going to have a Juan Uribe bobblehead night in Los Angeles Saturday night when they host Milwaukee.
But Juan's a good dude, and he deserves it. But instead of a bobblehead, they should have like a bobble belly, because when he runs around, his belly goes back and forth so much. So they should maybe change it out there in L.A.
I mean, everybody loves Poppy. So, going there for the last 4 years, he was a fan favorite in L.A. So, even with him not being there, I'm sure they'll be pretty excited, about getting those, Juan Uribe bobbleheads, man. Poppy's a great guy, and, he's been a pleasure to have this year for sure.
The bobbleheads a lot of times don't look like the guy, so are you a little curious to see what it's going to look like?
We'll see. We'll see. I think they'll have the probably the head part right.
That's the only piece of Dodger memorabilia that's going to live in the Braves clubhouse. All right, a quick timeout. We're coming back. Bravos and the Rockies from here at Coors Field. It's going to be good to the last drop. Joe and Chip with the first pitch right after this.
TNT Uverse, Delta Airlines, and your local Ford dealer.
Welcome back to Coors Field in Denver. Dark clouds overhead. The wind is shifting and swirling here at the ballpark. We were told there could be some scattered showers around first pitch tonight. Hopefully it will not result in a lengthy delay, something the Rockies know a thing or two about, Joe. They've already had 13 rain delays, 4 rainouts, covering over 20 hours of baseball delays here.
Yeah, that's awful. And last night they were delayed till I think the game finally ended about midnight here with the Angels. But the bad part about rain at game time is that you get started, your pitchers are warmed up, and in a 4-game series, that's very costly if you just get started and have any lengthy rain delays where you don't have your starting pitcher that night.
But the Rockies have taken the field, and the Braves are ready to go. After taking 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee, Jace Peterson again leads off the Braves Academy Sports
starting lineup. Maben, Markakis, Kelly Johnson, the cleanup man in left field. Uribe at third base, Przinsky behind the plate. Chris Johnson, favorable matchups with Kyle Kendrick, the starter. Simmons at short. Alex Wood will pitch and hit ninth. And a familiar face greets us in game one for the Rockies.
Kyle Kendrick's now 30 years old, out of Houston, Texas, 6'3", 210. And for Kyle Kendrick, yes, he's given up a ton of homers. 23 homers. He only gave up 25 all last year pitching in Philadelphia. Kyle Loesch at 20. You see the other two guys there behind him. But Kyle Kendrick's had a hard time getting the ball down. He's been trying to use a two-seamer to get more ground outs. And fortunately, he's been leaving the ball up way too much. His ERA at 6. His home ERA, 6.70.
The defense is always tested in this ballpark. It's a gigantic yard, a lot of gaps, a lot of room to run, and a very fast outfield for Colorado. Stubbs, Blackmon, and Gonzalez left to right. All-stars at second and third in LeMahieu and Nolan Arenado. Troy Tulowitzki hoping to join that duo as a Rockies all-star. Willie Rosario, a former catcher, now playing first, and Nick Hundley, the former Padre, is in harness behind the plate. Umpiring crew tonight, anchored by Mark Rippiger. He's the home plate umpire tonight. Jeff Kellogg, Paul Emmel, and Corey Blazer. The book on Mark Rippiger, small strike zone. We'll see if that holds in game one tonight.
That doesn't bode well in this ballpark, not for the pitchers.
Rays have always played well here, though, so hopefully they will tonight.
When you look at this ballpark, we always talk about it being huge, and it is. It's 15 feet deeper in center field than Turner Field. But right center, it never dawned on me. It's only 375 to right center. And you think about the Braves right center area where the bullpen is, that's 390. Turner Field is deeper than that spot right there. Left center, okay. Turner Field's 380. It's 10 feet deeper here. But this ballpark sure doesn't play big, does it?
Man. But the wind is blowing in. Let's see if that has an effect in the early innings tonight. As Kyle Kendrick ready to go with Jace Peterson. And we are underway with a strike. Jace hitting .254 for the year, 3 homers, 35 runs batted in. In the air to center, but that's playable, and there's the first out. Charlie Blackmon makes the grab. Peterson lines out, and here's Cameron Maben. Might be one of the rare times where Coors Field right now is a pitcher's park. Wind blowing straight in the faces of the men in the batter's box. Maben at .295, 8 homers. He's knocked in 43 and has a hit in every game this month. Strike one. Cameron Maben was putting on a batting practice show for the Braves. Caught a corner. It's quickly 0-2. He was hitting balls about 30 rows up beyond the 390 mark and left.
Just 1 for 13 against Kendrick. He's had his problems against him in the past.
And this one's going to find some grass. Maben has a 1-out hit.
That is a great example of Maben's approach since he came to the Braves, and actually started when he was still with the Padres, trying to get those hands inside the baseball. That was a breaking ball. He didn't quit on it. Pretty much fought it off for another hit. He's hit in 9 straight.
And now Nick Markakis stands in. Nick's got 4 hits on the road trip and 28 multi-hit games. Big hole on the right side where Willie Rosario holds Maben at first. And a strike. I would think from a scouting perspective, this Braves team would be a very difficult one to scout in this ballpark and a very dangerous team for a pitching staff to face. No, they're not going to hit a ton of home runs. They'll probably get their share in the 4 games. But they make such consistent contact and hit the ball from line to line. They're tough to defend and tough to pitch to.
Yeah, their spray charts would show you that they're going to use the whole field
0 for Markakis. 1 ball, 1 strike. Made it back safely at first. One ball, 1 strike. High hopper hit toward LeMahieu. Tulowitzki the turn, and the throw to first is in time. LeMahieu, Tulowitzki, and Rosario double up Nick Markakis and the Braves in the top of a scoreless first. Here comes Alex Wood in Denver next. Rain would start around first pitch. Maybe he meant the first pitch for the Braves starter, because in between innings, the skies have opened up here in Denver just as Alex Wood is in the middle of his warm-up tosses, and he will greet the Rockies in a deluge as the fans make their way to the concourse and protection from the elements.
For Alex Wood, he's 6-5, a 3.34 ERA. These are the averages against him with the bases empty, runners on, RISP, and 2-out RISP. The point is, in this ballpark, you can tack on about 10 or 15 points, so you've got to be aware when men are on base to be careful. 4 keys to pitching success. Check the wind. It is blowing straight in. That'll help you, provided we can continue play here. And too low. Got to be aware of Troy Tulowitzki. He's hitting .415 against lefties, and you cannot pitch too low in this ballpark.
Wood's night is underway with a pitch upstairs to Charlie Blackmon, the former Georgia Tech star and the pride of North Gwinnett High School. It is really coming down.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna have a delay.
That's it.
First base umpire Jeff Kellogg said enough's enough. Makes you wonder why they started in the first place. This is something that we seldom see happen in Atlanta. Ed Mangan and his crew have a great idea of the weather patterns, and rather than do as you suggested, get the game started and make your pitchers wait through a potential lengthy rain delay, their guy has started. Wood's thrown a couple of pitches, and now it's a race to get the tarp on the field.
You know why it doesn't happen in Atlanta? For the reasons you just pointed out, but also because, you know what Mangan's short for?
What's that?
Manganese. He knows all about how to make grass green, how to grow it, and how to protect a ball field. Ed Manganese Mangan.
Well, it is pouring in Denver. We've played 1/2 inning. We've seen 2 pitches in the bottom half, and the tarp is coming on here at Coors Field.
for the Mississippi Braves, and he made the Southern League All-Star team. He's no slouch, and he's certainly used to pitching more than just 1 or 2 innings.
And I was going to say, officially, this is a relief appearance, but with nobody out and only 2 pitches thrown, this, for all intents and purposes, is a starting assignment for
pretty much.
Jake Brigham. So 2 pitches were thrown to the leadoff man, Charlie Blackmon. Both pitches missed by Alex Wood. And so Blackmon will head back to the batter's box with a 2-ball, no-strike count here at 8:55 Mountain Time in Denver tonight. The Braves got a hit from Cameron Maben with 1 out in the first. Markakis hit into a double play, and that's how the top of the first took place for the Atlanta offense. So Blackmon, Arenado, and Troy Tulowitzki, the first 3 for Jake Brigham tonight.
Almost like the start of a second game of a doubleheader.
Can't wait to see how the infield plays after all the diamond dry surface was applied, and Brigham delivers a strike. And the count now 2-1 to Blackmon. Delay, I believe, around 2 hours, 6 minutes. And that is exactly the number, and that's a strike to even the count. 14th rain delay in Denver this year, totaling over 22 hours. And this is their 42nd home game. The pitch. Here you go. No swing. And the count's full to Charlie Blackmon. That's out of play, foul. Is it tough in a situation like this, Joe, where you sit around so long to get the adrenaline pumped back up?
It used to be. I don't think it is as difficult as it used to be, because the guys can go in the cage and hit. Under the stadium cages help a lot.
And now out of play again by Blackmon, left side. Count stays full to the Rockies center fielder. Blackmon, like so many of his Rockies mates, terrific numbers offensively, especially here at home. He's done a nice job in the leadoff spot. And now he wants time.
19 homers last year. Had a good year for the Rockies. First full season, wasn't injury plagued. Good idea to try and keep him off the bases, though. He's stolen 21 bases, and especially ahead of Arenado and Tulowitzki. Good first inning offense.
And a strikeout. Blackmon's retired. And Jake Brigham off to a good start in relief of Alex Wood. Here's a look at the CPI Security defensive starters for the Braves tonight. Big outfield. Very big outfield. That'll be a challenge for Markakis in right, Kelly Johnson in left, and Cameron Maben in center. Around the horn, it'll be Uribe, Simmons, Peterson, Chris Johnson, and A.J. Pierzynski's behind the plate.
Say this for Jake. Look at him right there. He's ready to go. Get in the box. Let's play.
All-star Nolan Arenado is the Rockies' third baseman, and he's down a strike. "24 homers, 68 runs batted in for Arenado, who's only 24 years old. And that ball's hammered down the left field line. That's headed for the corner. And Arenado on his way to second with a one-out double. He's batted third, fourth, fifth, and now second this year. No matter where you bat him, he produces. That's his 20th double.
Yeah, only the fourth time he's batted second. Got something up and in, fastball turned on it. Quite a year he's putting together. It's funny though, only 2 of his home runs out of 24 had come against lefties, all the rest against right-handed pitching, and only 9 at home.
Here's Tulowitzki. 20-game hitting streak for the Colorado shortstop. 4th best average in the league at .318 and a strike. He is not an all-star this year. He's one of the final 5 candidates for the National League. Nine homers, 45 runs batted in. Brzezinski lost track of that, but no advance. And the count even, a ball and a strike.
Arenado wanted to go, but he couldn't find the baseball either. He didn't know how far away it had rolled.
Popped up. Jace Peterson drifts out. Markakis is in and is there for out number 2.
Well, we will be able to watch Jake Brigham and see what kind of stuff he features over multiple innings. Colorado Rockies don't have a clue. I mean, they've got to watch some video, and that's about all they've got to go on in terms of what Jake's got and when he likes to use it.
Willian Rosario, former catcher, now the Colorado first baseman. He's hit 5 homers and knocked in 20. That's fouled at the plate, a strike. The Rockies, as you'd expect, very good hitting team with runners in scoring position, like the Braves. Atlanta, 289 club in such situations. The Rockies at 297. Rosario's had a handful of big 2-out hits for them. He has 8 2-out RBIs this year. As for 1 here in the first, with Arenado, the man in scoring position. No balls and a strike. And now 1-1. Rip and fouled straight back.
No 90s fastball so far. 91, 92. Good thing for Alex Wood in this outing is that he didn't throw more than 3 pitches.
Line drive into right center field's going to score Arenado. Rosario around first. He's on his way to second. And Colorado, with a couple of first inning doubles, has jumped in front.
My point for Alex Wood is that he would be available later in this series if needed. And a pitch up. Fastball looked like. And not in this ballpark. Got to get the ball down, Jake.
21st RBI for Rosario, 1-0, and here's Carlos Gonzalez. Cargo, they call him. And he has not had a Carlos Gonzalez-like year. He's batting just .247. 11 homers, 30 RBIs. He's had his share of injury problems the last couple of years. He's a man who won the batting title 5 years ago. High strike, even count.
Hand, wrist, thumb injuries that have really kept him out. Tough out, though. Such a good hitter.
And he rips one to right. Markakis will chase that to the fence. 3 doubles in the first inning. It's 2-0 Colorado.
.31 RBIs for him. We talked about these guys at the outset, Chip. That was a breaking ball that didn't move much. That they're still a dangerous club offensively, whether home or away. I don't care. They've got a good lineup, but especially here at home. Their pitching has been abysmal again, but their lineup is tough.
3 extra base hits in the opening inning. DJ LeMahieu, former Cub farmhand, and an all-star reserve for the National League. His first all-star appearance, and especially gratifying for LeMahieu because he was selected by the National League players and coaches. When your peers select you, it's going to mean as much as if the fans do, maybe even a little more. He's putting up big numbers. He's knocked in 34 runs and is hitting .303. Brigham ahead quickly with 2 strikes.
And he's batting in a spot that he hasn't normally hit in. 6th spot. He's usually in the 2nd or the 8th spot.
Line to second, and that will retire the side. 2 runs on 3 doubles for the Rockies. We head to the 2nd to believe David Hale's going to come on and pitch. We'll see if that's the case in a moment. Long rain delay knocks him from the proceedings, and we welcome former Brave David Hale into the ball game. He'll start the top of the 2nd.
David is 2-4 with a .589 ERA and 8 starts. There are the numbers for him: 10 walks, 36 strikeouts. He's also 2-1, both wins coming here at home. 2-1 with a .583 ERA. 2 years. Parts of 2 years for the Braves. He was 5-5, had an excellent 3.02 ERA. Sinker baller, slider, curve, change. very important for him to keep the ball down, like it is for anybody pitching in this ballpark.
And he talked to us about that before the game. That's the challenge, making your sinker sink in this light air in the mountains. Kelly Johnson leads things off for Atlanta. The Rockies shift for Kelly. He's got 8 homers, 29 knocked in. And ball 1 outside. David Hale was supposed to start the game tomorrow night. His appearance tonight will force a Colorado change there, of course. Swing miss.
Good change up.
Right into the shift. And the throw to first retires Kelly Johnson, 1 man down. Last year, David spent the entire season with the Braves. 45 appearances, including 6 starts. He was in the rotation for Atlanta at the beginning of the year, you might recall. And in those 4 starts, 1-0, a .231 earned run average. Braves were 2-2. Remember, the Braves pitching was so good, but the offense struggled so mightily in April last year. And came to Colorado along with Gus Schlosser January 30th of this year.
For a couple of catchers. David said before the game he'd been asked what's it going to be like pitching against your former team, and he said, I don't know any of those guys. The only 2 guys in the lineup, for example, tonight that he was teammates with were Chris Johnson and Andrelton Simmons.
One ball, 1 strike. And Uribe takes a little low. Those 2 catchers Joe mentioned, Jose Briseño and Chris O'Dowd, the son of former Rockies general manager Dan O'Dowd. That's headed for the seats out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Of all the Braves hitters, Uribe has the most experience batting at Coors Field from his days with the Dodgers and Giants. There's 197 games played here. Over 700 at bats. 14 career homers and 106 RBIs in Denver.
Well, he broke in here. That's where he signed and started.
Ground ball right side. LeMahieu ranges and flips to first. And that's in time for the second out. You're right, I forgot about Uribe and his Rockies tenure. And David Hale has the first 2 outs. Here's A.J. Pierzynski. He's the hottest Brave. 10 hits in his last 3 games. Changeup missed low. 1 ball, no strikes.
I loved AJ's answer to Andre the other day. He said, I don't know what I'm doing. Just, just swinging, trying to get a good pitch.
He'll stick with it. 20 hits in his last 13 games. 3 consecutive 3-hit games or better. The first time AJ's done that in his career. And get that pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I don't know that I've ever seen anyone have an average of .769 for anything.
Little tapper right back to the mound. And Hale has a 1-2-3 second inning. Colorado 2, Atlanta nothing after 1.5. night. And Walt Weiss's club scored 2 in the first inning. Here's a look at their Academy Sports and Outdoors starting 9. Here in the bottom of the second inning, the bottom part of that order is coming up. Hundley, Drew Stubbs, and then David Hale. Two runs on 3 doubles for the Rockies in the opening inning. Let's see if Brigham can settle it and get things back in the hands of his offense in the third inning. Nick Hundley, the former Padre. Takes a strike. It's 0-1.
One of the things for Jake that hopefully works to his benefit, despite the 2 runs in the first inning, was that he was given the time to warm up just like a start. He was playing catch in the outfield with a catcher on flat ground. He was going through everything like he would normally do on a pre-start routine. Now, did he have 4 days to get ready for it? No.
But that's the role of the long guy. Be ready to pitch. Go as long as you can. As best as you can. Popped up over the Rockies dugout. No play. It's still 0-2 to Hundley. Away at the plate. Hundley broke in with San Diego in 2008. Last year was with San Diego and Baltimore. It's when Matt Wieters went on the disabled list with that bad elbow ligament. The Rockies signed him to a 2-year free agent contract this past January. And he hits a rope to short. Hundley lines out. 1 away. And Drew Stubbs is coming up.
Jake and AJ are going to have to figure out a way to miss some barrels.
2 lineouts in a row for Colorado. One ended the first, one begins the second. Here's Drew Stubbs. This guy has a lot of talent, but he strikes out a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I have had a hard time figuring this guy out. Great speed, good outfielder.
He's got power too, and that ball's hammered into the bullpen.
But sometimes, I mean, as great as that looked, that's almost the worst thing that can happen to Drew Stubbs, because that's what has plagued him his whole career since he first signed with the Reds as a first-round draft pick, is wanting to hit homers. And that's where those strikeouts come in. Up. Belt high. Really good swing. Drew's been back in AAA. Now back with the big club. Maybe he's gotten something figured out.
Solo homer makes it 3-0 Colorado. And David Hale's the batter. He's 1 for 14 at the plate. And that one is down the first baseline fair. Hale will stop with a soft single.
Pitch down there. Of course, the pitcher would spoil it.
So we go back to the top, and Charlie Blackmon. He struck out And the longest at bat in the history of Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
It started at 6:40. It ended about 8:56. For a while, the Rockies had Dexter Fowler and Charlie Blackmon able to patrol center field. They've cast their lot with the former Georgia Tech star. Dexter Fowler now playing for the Cubs. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A.J. Martin crossed up. Charlie Blackmon was an all-star last year. Like DJ LeMahieu, was voted to the team on the player vote. Got 2 at-bats in the all-star game as a reserve. 19 homers, 72 RBIs. He stole 28 bases, hit .288.
Solid year.
593 at-bats. And out of play to the left side again. He's wearing out that side of the ballpark tonight. Doing his best Grizzly Adams impersonation with the facial whiskers.
Yeah, he's fit in nicely up here.
Yeah. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In the air to left. That'll get down for a hit. One in, 2 on, 1 out. And here's Nolan Arenado, who's already doubled tonight.
Among third basemen in both leagues. First in slugging and RBIs. Second in extra base hits. And number 2 in homers. Braves do not have a ground ball out yet. And the Rockies have 5 outs by way of ground ball.
There's a high strike again. 0-1. For Nolan Arenado, who slipped all the way to the second round of the draft in 2009. A lot of teams would like to rethink that. And downstairs, 1-1. We focus so much on Arenado's great offensive work. You forget he's also a Gold Glove winner at third base. He won it as a rookie.
Won it in back-to-back years, 13 and 14.
Swing and a miss.
He only made 11 errors his first year, 15 last year in 364 chances, but this year he's made 10. And we're barely halfway through the season.
That skipped up there, and AJ caught that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Only 5 players in big league history have won the Gold Glove in their first 2 seasons. Frank Malzone of the Red Sox, Johnny Bench, Charles Johnson, and Ichiro.
Suzuki.
Yes.
Oh, I wasn't sure which Ichiro you were talking about.
That's the one that's now starring in Miami. The pitch is hit to right. That's a base hit. Here comes Hale to third. They'll stop him. And Colorado has the bases loaded, and they already have 7 hits. Not the way you want to face Troy Tulowitzki, who's our Home Depot tools from the dugout subject.
Straight that he has reached. He's in the Rockies top 5 now in that category. Larry Walker had a bunch of those. Needs a ground ball here, Jake. Got the line out to start the inning, but Then the homer, the single, the single, the single. At least the 3 singles are still on the bases. They haven't scored yet.
Tulo, a .396 hitter in his career with the bases loaded. 0-1. More optimistically, he also leads their team in double play balls. He's hitting 12 of them. The same number DJ LeMahieu's hit into. Fly ball left. Kelly Johnson's going to catch it. Hale's going to tag at third. Here comes a throw toward the plate. It can't be cut off. It's a sacrifice fly for Tulowitzki. Hale scores to make it 4-0 Colorado, and Tulo's got his 46th run batted in.
Four runs, still nothing in this ballpark with this much time to go. Again, being optimistic, but a fact. We've seen a lot of leads for the Braves dissolve quickly in this ballpark with more runs than this. But he needs to stop the bleeding here in the second inning right now.
Rockies' home ERA approaching 5.5 runs a game. They've only scored 4. And Rosario, with 2 outs, digs in. He's got an RBI double and scored the second Rockies run. 2 in the first, 2 in the second. There's a ground ball. Simmons has it, and that'll end the inning. Stubbs with a 1-out home run to right center field. A sac fly by Tulowitzki makes it 4-0 Rockies.
Indeed they might, but 3 days in the car, 2,800 miles with her sister.
And oh yeah, send money.
And some earplugs.
There you go. With all the offense in Denver, Colorado, these are long games, American League style games. Shootouts, as it were, even with the pitchers hitting.
Yeah, only Chase Field in Arizona is on average longer than the games here at Coors Field. Chase, a good hitter's ballpark too. A lot of high scoring games.
Made even longer tonight by a 2-hour and 6-minute rain delay after the top half of the first inning was played. Still a head scratching decision tonight. Chris Johnson leads off the third. And takes outside, ball 1. Chris Johnson was in the lineup against Kyle Kendrick because of favorable offensive matchups. Chris was 8 for 26 against Kendrick with a homer. Well, that's by the boards now as he hits one to deep center. Blackman on the run, won't get it. It's over his head, and that'll be a ground rule double.
See, I didn't see it that way. And even if Freddie said that it was because of Kendrick, that's one thing. But Chris Johnson's hitting .432 in this ballpark against all comers. Left, right, doesn't matter. And he just doubled off Hale. So the fact that a guy's hit so well in this ballpark, has had so much success and turned on that fastball, man, I'd have him in there too.
And it worked out, a leadoff double. The second Braves hit of the night. And that'll be Andrelton Simmons stepping in. Andrelton at .256. He's knocked in 29 runs. And didn't get it. Andrelton, the rare player that has not had good luck in this ballpark. He's only 4 for 25. A 160 lifetime average. And that's a bounding ball foul. It's 0-2.
That could be a byproduct of, he hit a grand slam here, I believe, a couple of years ago, maybe last year. I think it was a grand slam. Anyway, you can get in some bad habits here real fast if you think that you're going to all of a sudden pad your home run stats.
That is foul past third. June 10th was the date that Simmons hit the grand slam here at Coors Field.
Okay.
That was low. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, the changeup. David's got a good changeup working here already.
Fly ball to left. 1 out. Stubbs backtracked and made the play. No advance by Chris Johnson, and now Jake Brigham will bat.
One thing about having Stubbs in the lineup along with Blackman is their ability to cover ground. And the biggest part of this ballpark is from center field around to straightaway left, where it really drops back into a deep corner. And those two guys can cover it. Stubbs plays very shallow.
First big league at bat for Jake Brigham. And he lays down a perfect bunt. And the throw to first. It pulls Rosario off the first base bag. He caught that ball backpedaling and in foul territory. Brigham was ruled safe at first, and the Rockies may wish to appeal this.
Almost threw it over his head. Question is, was his foot gliding across the top of the bag when he caught it, or was it in the air?
And Walt Weiss has decided he does wish to challenge the call at first base. The official scoring is a sacrifice and an E2. We'll see if the call stands or is overturned.
Jeff Kellogg and Paul Emmel. Kellogg's crew chief at first base, but joined by Emmel. That was quick.
Now the Rockies trainer is joining Walt Weiss at the center of the diamond.
He was called out. happened to David Hale.
So the call at first was overturned. It will be a sacrifice. Chris Johnson will be at third base with 2 outs. Jace Peterson will be the hitter. The question is, who will be the Colorado pitcher?
You know, one thing about a guy who's been working out of the bullpen and throwing quite a bit versus a guy like David Hale, who's not expected to pitch till tomorrow, was, did he get stretched out? Looked like he was favoring a leg, maybe his back, when he came off the mound on that. Looks like they're gonna. Are they opening the gate to make a change?
Christian Friedrich is the man who may be entering the field to play, and he will. So David Hale comes out of the game with injury here in the Braves' third inning.
Hope it's nothing severe.
What a weird night. We're going to be on our 4th pitcher, and we've played 2 innings and 2/3 in Colorado tonight.
Georgia Power, and Zaxby's.
This is a manager's worst nightmare kind of game already. The decision to start the game with bad weather around the ballpark is looming large here in the 3rd inning. Both starters were knocked out after 1/2 inning. Jake Brigham is pitching for Atlanta. David Hale came on for the 2nd inning, left with injury here in the 3rd, and former 1st-round pick Christian Friedrich is the 3rd Colorado pitcher already tonight.
Well, and look at this. See, 36 games, 35 in the 3rd innings. This is not a long reliever. This is a guy who comes in to get lefties out or pitches part of an inning. So he's not pitching a lot of multiple innings. Only 3 starts last year, none this year.
25th pick in the 1st round in 2008 by the Rockies. 13 games under 500 for his career in the minor leagues, 5-12 in the big leagues. Entering the 2015 season, back problems have been an issue for young Mr. Friedrich out of Evanston, Illinois. Fans, the Braves invite all mothers and sons to join us Saturday, July 18th when the Braves take on the Cubs for this year's Mother-Son game. The ticket package includes a discounted game ticket, exclusive t-shirt, and inclusion in a pregame parade around the field. Don't miss out on this memorable night. Go to Braves.com/Mother-Son today. And Christian's last name is pronounced Friedrich. My apologies. And he'll face Jace Peterson, with a runner at third and 2 out.
Chance to get one of those runs back right here.
And it's raining again.
Hey, good, because the field was getting dried out.
Ground ball to first. Rosario to his right makes the play. No doubt about stepping on the back that time. And that'll end the inning. 4-0 Rockies on a rainy night. He has an RBI double already. And there you see the Freddie Huggs bobblehead night. Tuesday, July 21st, when the Dodgers come to town. First 20,000 fans indoor in Atlanta will get that very exciting gift. Line toward left. Kelly's not going to get that. It's off the base of the wall. Another double for Cargo.
One of the things about this ballpark, well, not about this ballpark, one of the things about playing in Denver or at altitude is, and not taking anything away from Gonzalez there, but that was a line drive, hit pretty well. But it never loses its line.
No.
It just stays up and carries. It's kind of like Chris Johnson's double that he hit leading off the top of the inning. They don't lose their line. They just carry and go.
LeMahieu lined to second his first time. He's 0 for 1. And I think that's illustrative of what's ailing this Rockies franchise. Into the World Series one time. They've had some great players here. They've had a handful of pitchers do good things but not great things. They haven't been able to develop top line starting pitching here. They've tried just about every way they can to acquire it, either via free agency or trade, even through the draft. Hasn't worked. They've been a great home team. Their pitching staff supported with a bushel basket full of runs on a nightly basis. But when they leave town, they can't win. So how do you solve the enigma that is playing in this atmosphere, in this ballpark, in the National League?
It's kind of weird, too. If you've got good hitters who put up good numbers here, you'd think good hitters would play anywhere. But it's the style of play. If you are a slugging team, if you put together a roster full of big boppers in this ballpark, which they've certainly done in the past and had some success with it. If you go on the road 81 games and those big boppers all of a sudden are hitting warning track fly balls and outs, and you can't win on the road, it's a tough combination. It's too bad you can't just have one home team, send them down to AAA, and bring up your road team when you need them.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Bouncing ball to the right side. Good at bat by LeMahieu. Got the man to third with 1 out. And to Colorado's credit, they tried that for a while. Their AAA team was at Colorado Springs. Tried to get their kids to pitch at altitude there. That hasn't really helped. And the numbers bear it out. In the history of the Rockies franchise, their home winning percentage is around 54% of the time. Very good.
Good.
When they have gone on the road, the Colorado Rockies are 701 wins, 1,094 losses, a .390 winning percentage.
Not good. Training harder.
Also not good.
Also.
Here's Hundley. He lined out to short. And he's going to ground to third. Uribe faked the man back to third base. Good play. And Carlos laughing as he got back to the bag. 2 outs.
He was going to tag him. He just wasn't going to win the race. Uribe wanted it, but he just couldn't get there in time, so he had to make sure he got one.
So here's Stubbs again, a homer his first time up.
If I were a good hitter, I would. If he tried to trade me or release me, I'd say no. No, I'm going to stay here.
You can't take the uniform away from him.
No.
Walk Stubbs. And to the point about Drew that you're making earlier, lifetime .246 hitter in the big leagues, 865 strikeouts in 2,600 at bats.
This year's a good example. He's hitting a .115 before tonight. 61 at bats, 35 strikeouts.
So over a strikeout a game in his major league career. For a guy that has blazing speed, as you said. In the big leagues, he's stolen 30 bags twice, 40 bags once.
It's not enough contact. Why is that? I'm sure he's been told. I know Dusty Baker, his manager in Cincinnati, talked to him about it a lot. You know, cut down on your swing. And it is really raining.
Yeah.
Fans are headed for cover again.
They're going to try to get through 5 innings tonight if they can. This is a nasty night. And Friedrich a strike.
Where was that note that Sam gave you a minute ago about their ground crew?
We've had 22 hours and 24 minutes of delays as Uribe gets the pitcher. The grounds crews pulled the tarp 81 times in 42 games, a major league record, 1.9 times per game. And they may have to do it again tonight. grounds crew hard at work again. More Diamond Dry applied near home plate. And Christian Friedrich continues to loosen up as the Braves come a-calling here in the top of the 4th inning. Maben, Markakis, and Kelly Johnson. First look at the Rockies in their home ballpark. We've got 4 head-to-head with Colorado at Coors Field before the All-Star break. Fans, hope you'll join us for Billy Currington live in concert Thursday, August 6th when the Marlins come to town. It's a free post-game concert with your game ticket. Field passes are available for just $20. That great concert sponsored by Delta and Coca-Cola. We hope you'll join us in Atlanta. 4 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Rockies. No runs, 2 hits for the Braves as we approach 10 o'clock Mountain Time.
We got here last night. It was around 8 o'clock. Maybe 7:45. Yeah, and right. As we were driving into town, of course, as you know, the Denver airport is in Omaha. As we were driving into town, the lights of the stadium were on, and the game between the Angels and the Rockies had not even begun at that point. I don't think it started till around 9 p.m. because of rain delays yesterday.
So the Rockies and Angels had a late night last night, and it might be showing for LA. They had to leave here and fly to Seattle, and they're losing tonight up at Safeco Field in the 6th inning. 4-0 Mariners as Maben goes to work.
That's always a really good thing to look forward to. You know, you finish a game at midnight, drive the hour out to the Denver airport, fly to Seattle, and then get King Felix. That's always something to look forward to.
Stay hot. Bouncing ball. Arenado. Tough play and a good throw.
It was one of those do or die plays for the third baseman. When he was in the draft and went in the 2nd round, he was actually a catcher. I mean, he was drafted as an infielder. They were going to convert him, but you know, he was rated as the ex-best catcher in the draft or whatever. I'd say they've made a nice move.
You bet. Here's Markakis. And it's downstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Got to see former Rocky and former Brave third baseman Vinny Castilla before the game. He wanted to say hi to everybody back in Atlanta, especially his old skipper Bobby Cox. And he still looks like he could play third or first. Probably hit 5th.
Yes, absolutely he does. Now, while I was talking to Vinny, Horacio Ramirez was standing there, and Horacio was going to throw some BP today, I believe. And as you know, Horacio does the video for the reviews and does a great job on that. But Vinny looked at Horacio and he goes, yeah, he's still pitching. And I don't know what he's talking about. I thought he was just talking about, you know,
batting practice.
Right, batting practice. No. Horacio pitched last winter in the Mexican League for Mexicali, like half the season.
Really?
Yeah, he knew the GM down there who called and said, I need a pitcher. And Horacio said, yeah, I'll be there. He pitched pretty good.
Up the middle, Mayhew can't get it. And Nick Markakis has a hit. 1 on, 1 out.
I asked him, Horacio, I said, did you have designs on maybe making a comeback? And he goes, no.
And our producer Brian Woodrum says that Horacio Ramirez's team in the Mexican League was 1 game away from facing Eddie Perez's team in the playoffs last year. Eddie didn't manage, but he coached a team in the Mexican League, apparently.
Oh, Eddie would have grabbed a bat. You know he would have.
I didn't know Eddie coached in Mexico. I know he managed in Venezuela last winter.
I think that's where maybe it was in the Caribbean World Series.
Here's Kelly Johnson, 1 on, 1 out, 4-0 Rockies. Even count. This is a mammoth ballpark. good reason. Ball travels so far, but they've tried to make it very fan friendly. Great views. They've really changed the upper deck in right field here. Used to be seating all the way around to center field. In the upper deck, it's all changed. As that one's hit the other way by Kelly Johnson for a hit. So keep an eye on Friedrich. Uncharted territory for him. He's trying to go a little longer than normal tonight. He's given up 2 hits with 1 out. A lot of restaurants, bars, and a place called the Rooftop in the upper tank in right center here.
Good piece of hitting by Kelly on a pitch down and away.
Very popular place to watch the rain fall here in Denver.
That's it. It's a great place.
I mean, you can actually see the raindrops form.
Yes.
At 5,280 feet up there. There still is a purple line up there someplace. Signifies a mile high. The pitch to Uribe is bounced up the middle. LeMahieu steps on the bag and the throw to first in time. And that's an inning-ending double play. No runs, 2 hits, none left. We'll update David Hale's injury status for you when we come back.
Andre Aldridge here with you, and we got the injury report on David Hale, and unfortunately for the Marietta native, it's a mild left groin strain, so he'll have to deal with that. The injury he suffered while fielding that bunt that went on the challenge review for the Rockies, and had a chance to talk to David before this contest, and of course, you know, he feels for his hometown team, but he says, you know, I understand the business of baseball, and getting traded from a hometown team was a little bit disappointing, but the fact that he's an Ivy League grad maybe makes it just a little bit better. And I tell you something else, Chip, has watched his first pitch. He's not just a Marietta native. David Hale's a Marietta landlord. You know, one of his Braves teammates rented a room from him last year, so I asked him, would that offer be good for some of these guys that are around right now? He said, absolutely, because the room is empty. My parents are keeping an eye on things, so even though I only have a couple of old teammates on the Braves right now, somebody needs some space. I got them covered. 4 feet.
All right, Andre, thank you.
Andre, you down there by the dugout?
I'm down here with my people. You know, there's a lot of Braves fans out here.
I see you down there undercover.
Yeah. I can't fool you, Joe.
Pop fly out of play by Charlie Blackmon. And got to him, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So both managers now and pitching coaches are going to really have to do some shuffling with regards to how their pitching matchups shape up the rest of this weekend. David Hale was supposed to start tomorrow. That's not going to happen. Somebody else is going to have to step in and pitch for him. And with Alex Wood, he only threw 2 pitches. A 2-hour and 6-minute rain delay knocked him out of the game. You have Whistler scheduled tomorrow, Shelby Miller Saturday, and then Manny Banuelos on Sunday. Banuelos is going to have a pitch innings limit this year, and he also had that blister problem. I wonder if the Braves would somehow slot Alex Wood in for Banuelos and let him rest up, maybe pitch out of the bullpen, or skip him entirely in this series and get him ready for the second half.
I think it's a good idea. One thing's for sure, you'll have Alex ready somewhere.
Right.
And what needed to happen tonight with the way things have turned out, at least so far, is to have somebody eat some innings. The last thing you want to have happen is burn up your bullpen in the very first game of a 4-game series at Coors Field.
Yeah. That's why the Braves stocked up on arms while we were in Milwaukee. Not knowing it was going to rain, obviously, but knowing what this place can do to your pitching staff.
Well, you know what? They didn't know it was going to rain, of course, but they knew that they've been having problems here, and that existed, that possibility existed.
A steady shower in Denver as the Rockies hit in the 4th inning. 2 in the first, 2 in the second for them. And a shot to Uribe. Nice play. Ball kind of hydroplaned to him at the hot corner, and he made a nice effort. 1 out.
It's going to be treacherous infield and outfield, especially in the outfield, and especially in shallow left field between Andrelton and Kelly Johnson, where they dumped the tarp. I don't care how well the field drains, and obviously it drains pretty well, but it's just soaking wet.
Arenado 2 for 2.
Okay, so we got the numbers on Horacio Ramirez. He was in 8 games, 8 starts, 42 innings, 2-2 with a 1.50 ERA.
Really?
Yeah.
Arenado's got a 3-hit night.
$11 walks, 17 strikeouts for Horacio. So I'd say he was dealing.
Here's Tulowitzki.
Arenado's dealing pretty good. Wouldn't you like to have his future? 2 Gold Gloves already in the bank and doing what he's doing this year.
I guess a legitimate question for Arenado is, how long will the man playing to his left defensively be a Colorado Rocky? Speaking, of course, of the man in the batter's box, Troy Tulowitzki. He has a gigantic contract. That's one thing. The other part for Tulowitzki is he's had the misfortune of being injured a lot the last several years.
Troy's stance and everything have evolved over the years for various reasons, whether it was injuries or just adjustments. He used to have his feet real close together, then they were real widespread, and now they're back more a little bit wider than shoulder width, but you could see that he had a reverse pivot, a little toe tap there a la Chipper Jones. And I wonder if the adjustments he's made now have something to do with his hip and the hip surgery he had last year.
Yeah, hip labrum surgery. This ball's bounced toward third. Uribe's got it, steps on the bag, throws on the run, scooped at first in time. A pretty double play. 2 nice plays by Juan Uribe at third base, and the Rockies are out of luck in the home half of the 4th inning. We go to the 5th.
EPI Security, Georgia Power, and Toyota.
4-0 Rockies, already 10 hits on a wacky, wet night here at Coors Field. Time for our AT&T Uverse trivia question from Denver. And our first of 4 questions in this series. The Braves have hit 9 homers in the month of July. Name the last Atlanta Brave to have a multi-homer game at Coors Field.
That's a good one. I like that.
Last Atlanta Brave with a multi-homer game here in Denver. What I want to know is how much does a bag of Diamond Dry cost?
Yeah.
Because they have pretty much gone through the gross domestic product of Nepal drying out the infield tonight. Braves are coming up in the 5th inning. A.J. Przinsky, Chris Johnson, and Anderson Simmons will be the first 3 Braves hitters.
And if you're wondering why the pitcher's still warming up, it's because he was waiting for the grounds crew to spread some more stuff out there, and especially on the mound. And when you put that much on the infield, it becomes very slippery. Not slick, but just your feet don't dig into the ground when you plant your foot like you would like it to.
Jace Peterson was telling us about that in Boston, if I remember correctly. He said it was just awful, the sluggish nature of the infield at Fenway Park. Remain now a swirling mist as the Braves go to work, and AJ looks at a ball high. 1 ball, no strikes.
Well, the Rockies need 3 outs to make it an official contest.
In the air to right. Cargo gets there. 1 out. Braves have 4 hits in the game. Chris Johnson has 1 of them, a leadoff double in the 3rd. Lots of news today from the Braves on the player development front. Much of it exciting, very exciting. We handed a press release a while ago that says that the Braves continue to make progress toward getting Colby Allard signed. He was the #1 overall pick by Atlanta. John Campolella said, quote, "While we do have an agreement in place, it won't be finalized until he completes a physical next week."
That's good news.
And if I remember correctly, if and when Allard is officially signed, the Braves will be 25 for 25 with their first 25 picks.
Right.
The other exciting bit of news took place with the Gwinnett Braves. Terrell Jenkins was promoted from AA to AAA. Pitched today, 7 innings, no runs, 7 hits.
Good for him. Congratulations to him.
Chris Johnson's got another hit. He's 2 for 2. Here are all the Braves fans hanging out on this rainy night. And there's a start with 1 out in the 5th.
Best of all worlds for Chris, left-hander and Coors Field.
Anderson flied out his first time up. He's 0 for 1. Still a very manageable game. It's only 4-0. And Johnny Gomes is in the on-deck circle. He would bat for Jake Brigham. In the air to right. That's going to get down for a hit. So now it gets real interesting. Johnny Gomes with 2 aboard and 1 out.
Anytime you leave something up in this ballpark, you're just asking for trouble.
Johnny Gomes has 10 career pinch hit homers. One right here would be delightful. Nice stop by Huntley. 1 ball, no strikes. Mike Foltynewicz, another former starter, is up and loosening in the bullpen. And a strike. Innings high for Friedrich, 2 2/3 this year. That was in April. He's gone an inning and 2/3 tonight. He surrendered 4 hits.
Johnny's home run that he hit at home on July 3rd against the Phillies. One of those classic Gomes swings, fastball that he didn't even, I'm not even sure the barrel of the bat even got around behind his left shoulder at all, and his follow through, it was so quick and short.
2 balls and a strike. That's out of play over the Rockies dugout, and now it's even at 2-2. Johnny wishes he had that one back.
Yeah.
.48 career at bats in this ballpark for Johnny. He's hit 6 homers. And carries a .375 Coors Field batting average. And that's high. Boy, Friedrich made a big mistake. LeMahieu was breaking toward the second base bag, and the pitcher delivered homeward.
Rockies bullpen getting busy too. Scott Oberg.
Gomes walks. The bases are loaded. Well, Jace Peterson's coming up. Lefty versus lefty, but that doesn't bother Jace in this situation. He has been one of the best hitters in the league with bases full of Braves this year. Peterson an amazing 7 for 11 at the plate with the bases loaded.
That's Steve Foster, the pitching coach for the Rockies, out to talk to him. When Friedrich was brought in the 3rd inning, first batter he faced was Jace Peterson, and Jace swung at the very first pitch he saw. We'll see if he's as aggressive here.
Bases loaded, 1 out. Ball 1. After Peterson, you've got Cameron Maybin, who's also been clubbing the ball with runners in scoring position. Didn't get that. Even count.
He wants a ground ball. He needs a ground ball for a double play. He's trying to get it with off speed. Got to know that. Especially till you get 2 strikes where you then have to look fastball and then adjust.
Strike 2 call. Hot shot, base hit, right field. That'll score a run. Here comes Simmons around third. He's going to score. Jace Peterson with another hit with the bases loaded. Drives in a couple of runs. And the Braves are right back in the game. It's now 4-2.
And that was a breaking ball. Looked like he made a mistake up, and Jace was all over it. Yep, left it up and out over the plate, and he paid again. Nice piece of hitting there by Peterson after falling behind in the count.
So Friedrich departs an inning and 2/3, 5 hits, 2 runs so far, a walk, no strikeouts, and the Braves are in business on a Coors Field special. Score now as we continue on in the top of the 5th inning. Christian Friedrich has been chased, and now Scott Oberg will come on and pitch for the Rockies as you see what Atlanta has done here in the month of July.
Doing a great job of what Jace Peterson just did, hitting with runners in scoring position. That along with 9 homers, which has been a great improvement for Atlanta. Those things really contributing mightily to a good record.
Scott Oberg out of Tewksbury, Mass. Is 25 years old. And he missed inside to Maben. 1 ball, no strikes. Cameron Maben hitting an astounding .412 this year with runners in scoring position. He has 2 teammates in that situation here. A chance to tie it up. That's in the air toward right. Cargo's going to track it down. He'll make the play. Runner tags at third. Throw coming home. It's going to be up the line. And Johnny Gomes scores the 3rd Atlanta run on a Maben sac fly. Jace Peterson also tagged up. It's now a 4-3 game.
Outfielder having to move to his left to stop and throw back makes it that much harder, even though Gonzalez has a good arm. Plenty of room for Gomes to get in. Good at bat by Johnny, too, to draw that walk to load him up.
That's the other thing you can't do in this park. Can't walk people.
Nope.
So Markakis bats. And he took a strike.
Hoberg's got a good arm, throws hard. He's never pitched above Double-A until this year. And he was a closer at just about every stop. 13 saves in Grand Junction. And next year, 33 at Modesto, 15 last year at Tulsa. A career .217 ERA in the minors in 3 seasons.
Good stop by Hundley. That ball bounced way in front of the plate.
Hey, it's not raining.
And now Hundley wants to talk things over. Arenado still has a good catcher's crouch, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
1 ball, 1 strike. Peterson at third, representing the tying run. Braves with 3 in the 5th. And that jammed Markakis, and he's down to his last strike.
Best fastball he's thrown, too, 97.
And he just struck out Markakis, and that will end the inning. But Jace Peterson continues his splendid work with the bases loaded. A 2-run scoring double and a Maven sac fly. Plates 3 Atlanta runs. We got a ball game in Denver now. It's 4-3. Use hashtag SouthDataStrongFan and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. That's brought to you by T-Mobile. 3 for the Braves in the 5th. And now Mike Fultonevich is on for the bottom half of the inning. This is his 2nd relief appearance for the Braves. He debuted in the bullpen a couple of days ago against the Brewers.
And he gave up a run on 2 hits and a walk. So he cut him some slack, knowing he hadn't been out of the bullpen all year long. 2nd outing tonight. That suggests he still go right after him like he did in Milwaukee with that good fastball. See what happens.
Carlos Gonzalez greets him first. He's got a couple of doubles. And 98 28 and up and away. 1 ball, no strikes. Cargo's begun to heat up. He's hitting 201 for late May. He's hitting 290 since. And he's got another extra base hit. That's 3 doubles for Carlos Gonzalez.
Going the other way, too. Took a good fastball the other way. Beautiful swing.
So Gonzalez 3 for 3. Here's LeMahieu. He moved the runner up last time up. But the Rockies couldn't push across a 5th run. 4-3 Colorado. And on a play foul. It's been said for so long, the biggest challenge for pitchers who come into this ballpark in a 3-game series is making the adjustment with their off-speed stuff, their breaking balls in particular. They just don't bite and snap the way they do at sea level. For Foltynewicz, his breaking stuff is, I guess you'd say, okay. His calling cards that good live fastball.
It can be real good. He's got that hard slider that if he's on with it on any given night, it's almost impossible. I mean, there's been that thought here that, oh, good, it begins to rain again. There's been that thought that instead of trying to go with a bunch of sinker ballers, which heretofore has not worked, that they try to get a bunch of power arms and just air it out at Coors Field.
One ball, 2 strikes. Ground ball, that's through for a hit. Carlos Gonzalez around third. Markakis up quickly and got it to the plate. Gonzalez and LeMahieu with back-to-back hits.
Up, 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 up. Not a good thing. So now this is where he needs a strikeout. You don't even really, I mean, you take a double play certainly and concede a run, but a strikeout then the double play would be even better. Your team just got 3 runs on the board to get back within 1.
And you've got the right guys up there potentially. And Hundley, then Stubbs, who strikes out quite a bit. They're in the pitcher spot. 12 hits already for Colorado.
Slider was up.
To right. Markakis on the run in the corner, won't get it. Gonzalez scores. LeMahieu on his way to third. He is going to stop. Hundley has a double. And Foltynewicz has come in and allowed 3 consecutive Colorado hits. It's now 5-3.
Thought it was up again. And not as up as the other pitches, but belt high. And that was slicing away from Nick too. Looked like for a second he was going to catch up to it, but it kept moving away from him.
7 extra base hits among the 13 for Colorado tonight. And here's Stubbs with men at second and third. Those of you watching in the Southeast, may not have known this about Drew Stubbs. He's born in Atlanta, Texas. May not have known there was a town called Atlanta in the Lone Star State. And he was an academic All-American with the Longhorns.
Atlanta, Paris, all those worldly cities are all in Texas.
1 ball, 1 strike. With Waxahachie.
Well, that was one that was original. Yeah, that was one that they didn't take some other town.
There's not a Waxahachie, Austria?
No.
No, you sure?
Positive.
Okay. Isn't that where Harley Race was from? Is he from Waxahachie, Texas?
I do not know. I know he couldn't hit a curveball.
Check swing. He went around. And Stubbs is the first out of the inning. And now Colorado will go to its bench again. Oberg will be taken down. He retired 2 batters. And he had a strikeout. No runs or hits in his 5th inning of work. Ben Paulson's the hitter. He was called up May 19th. Had a 3-hit game against the Giants. It was June 26th. First ever game he's played at AT&T Park. Swing and a miss.
Party on that one.
Olsen had a good road trip last time out for the Rockies, had 7 hits. Their road trip took him to San Francisco, Oakland, and Arizona. A road trip that saw the Rockies win just 2 of those games. Take that back. They won a 3rd game on July 5th. 3-7 on a 10-game trip.
Rockies moved their AAA team to Albuquerque. They moved from Colorado Springs. I always thought that was ideal in Colorado Springs to be at altitude and kind of have your AAA team there learn to adjust to the 5,000 plus feet. But I think the temperatures got the best of them. It was too chilly in April. A good save there by Paulson. And they moved to Albuquerque, and that's at altitude also, but a little warmer. A lot warmer in the summertime.
Swing and a miss. 98-mile-an-hour face-high fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Fultonevich. 2 out. And back to the top of Blackman.
See the high target? That's different. I mean, he put it right there. Early in the count, if you're upstairs and the hitter's looking for, he's not trying to guard the plate, not apt to swing at that high fastball at that level. If you're somewhere between the belt and the letters, not a good thing here.
Popped up. Blackman hits it to the shortstop, Anderson Simmons, who battles the raindrops and makes the
good
play.
recovery.
It was a good recovery. 3 straight hits started the inning, but 2 strikeouts and a pop-up end it. Braves are up in the 6th, down only 2. game here in Colorado, and this is why you'll see offense galore on our Toyota key plays of the game.
Hitting and more hitting for the Braves. It was back-to-back hits by Johnson and Simmons in the 5th inning. And then after a Gomes walk, a 2-run double by Jace Peterson, followed by a sacrifice fly by Cameron Maben. That got the Braves back within a run. Rockies put another run on the board in the bottom of the 5th. 5-3 ball game. And another former Brave out on the mound now for the Rocks.
It's Boone Logan. He's the 5th pitcher, and we're in the 6th inning. Boone Logan in his 2nd season with the Rockies. He was originally a White Sox pitcher. Braves got him in 2008 with Javier Vasquez for John Gilmore, Brent Lillibridge, Tyler Flowers, and Santos Rodriguez. The Braves then traded Boone Logan and Javi Vasquez for Melky Cabrera, Mike Dunn, and Arodys Vizcaíno. That was in 2009. 2013, this man signed a 3-year free agent contract with the Rockies. Last year, elbow problems. And a very high ERA. He's got Kelly Johnson to start the 6th.
Got a high ERA, and all of it's at home. He's got a 1.80 ERA on the road, 7.43 at home.
And then in for a strike for Kelly Johnson. Uribe next, then A.J. Przinsky. Applied diamond dry in between each half inning. Mound looks pretty good. And a base hit up the middle for Kelly Johnson looks pretty good. He's got 2 hits tonight, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate. Games like this make you understand why Jim Leyland lasted 1 year as the manager in Denver.
Yeah. Good point.
Uribe's 0 for 2. He's hit into a double play. Blowing outside, 1 ball, no strikes. All the action in the National League is in the books. Big series in Pittsburgh. The Cardinals went to PNC Park and won tonight, 4-1 over the Pirates. It's a big showdown series in the Central before the All-Star break.
I think that was Martinez for St. Louis tonight.
Yeah, Jeff Locke for the Pirates. The Marlins beat Cincinnati 2-0. Jose Fernandez started that game. If he won it, he's still undefeated in his home park. He'd be 14-0 at Marlins Park. Uribe yanks one down the left field line.
Just missed.
And that's into the seats. And the Phillies' miseries continue. The Dodgers shut them out tonight 6-0. Zach Greinke, who may be the starting pitcher for the National League in the All-Star game, entered that ball game with 27 2/3 scoreless innings running.
Still alive. He's definitely been their best pitcher. Dodgers are rumored to be in on just about every pitcher's name that comes out as a possible trade acquisition before the deadline. The Dodgers are in on every guy. They are not desperate, but they certainly want a guy they can plug in behind Clayton Kershaw and Greinke, 3rd or 4th starter.
Money's no object for him, that's for sure. Imagine Cole Hamels in that park and in that rotation. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yanked foul by Uribe. And that'll hop into the stands.
If money's no object, I don't understand why they haven't come after you. I really don't.
Say something.
They just open up that book and throw it at you.
They gave all their money to their TV producer. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Kelly leads at first, nobody out. 6th inning. Here it is. And Uribe didn't get it. He's down on strikes. 1 away for Przinski.
That was a good pitch because Juan had hit hard everything else he had thrown, and he wasn't sure what to come back with to try to get him. And made a good pitch. Started it low in the sidearm delivery and kept it down there.
AJ is 0 for 2. Awkward swing. Might have slipped. No balls at a strike.
Good hack at that. Boone throws hard. He's in the 92-93 range. Against lefties, it's about his secondary pitches. If he can make good pitches down with his slider, get him to chase, he's gotten ahead of AJ.
He chased one out of the zone, tipped it into Hundley's glove, and that's a 2nd strikeout for Boone Logan. And Walt Weiss will go to his bullpen again. He's not going to let Logan face Chris Johnson with a chance to tie the game. So the Rockies will have 6 pitchers in the game. We're in the 6th inning. Amazing. They lead at 5-3. Yep, it's getting late. Here's our SunTrust save of the game. We're playing because the Colorado grounds crew's done an amazing job on a nasty, nasty night.
This was the bottom of the first after 2 pitches made by Alex Wood. Storm hit, big wind, heavy rain, trouble with the tarp. Rockies manager Walt Weiss and coaches were out trying to help him. So they took the tarp off for the first time with the field absolutely saturated. They had a lot of work to do. Just about got it ready. And here came the rain again. And it rained hard again. So the 3rd time was the charm. And we finally got the game underway a little before 9 o'clock local time. So good work by those guys to keep the field playable.
1.9 tarp pulls per game.
They've exceeded that.
Is the official stat for the Rockies ground crew. Here's Rafael Betancourt. He was disabled with vertigo-like symptoms.
You see those numbers, and it's hard to believe because this guy's been so good over the years. A lot of sliders.
Had a 53 save season for the 2012 Rockies. And a shot toward left. That's going to get down. Chris Johnson, you're right, Joe, loves this park. He's 3 for 3.
2 hits off a right-hander, 1 off a lefty. Had to fight this one off a little bit. Target was down and away, and that one was riding in on him. But a short, quick swing. I'm not even sure he moved that front foot. Let his hands do the work.
2 3-hit games for Chris Johnson this year. The tying runs are on with the 8th place hitter Simmons in the batter's box for the Braves. He's singled and scored tonight. Both teams have very thin benches. All the relief pitchers you need for this series. And a strike at the knees. Pedro, I'm going to take that back. Yuri Perez has grabbed a bat. He's on deck. Strike 2.
That was perfect pitcher's pitch there. Hamilton way off the plate, looking for something away, hoping to get something away again.
Too far off the plate.
I've heard Greg Maddux say before, if you look at a hitter, if you see where he is standing in the box, he'll tell you what he wants. He'll tell you what he's looking for. A guy who's standing off the plate is inviting you to pitch him away. That's where he looks most vulnerable. And you've got to understand that.
Two and two. Fly ball right. Cargo goes back. He's got room, and that retires the side. The Braves threaten, can't break through in the 6th. Strand a pair of runners. 5-3 Colorado. Colorado leads it. And Friday, August 7th through the 9th, when the Marlins are in town. Join us Friday for great autograph chances. And on Saturday, the first 20,000 fans who attend get a 1995 World Series replica ring. Also join us early for the 6th annual Legends softball game that Saturday. For tickets, visit braves.com/alumni weekend.
Tell you what else likes that softball game is Brian Jordan. I've seen him trotting around the bases numerous times with some launches.
He's trying to squeeze a second inning out of Mike Foltynewicz here.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that Andrelton flied out, but if there's a silver lining, is that you get an extra inning out of your reliever here before you have to go to the pen again, and it's raining again.
Yeah. Tough inning for Mike. Got the 2, 3, 4 hitters for the Rockies. The man that starts it is Nolan Arenado, who's 3 for 3. And he hits this one a mile high to left. This is a tough play. Into that heavy rain looks Kelly Johnson, but he makes the play, and that ends Arenado's perfect night. 1 out. Here's Troy Tulowitzki. He's our Zaxby's indescribably play for what he did last time up.
Yeah, extended 2 streaks. His hitting streak there at 21 games and his on base reaching streak of 36. He's hit in 33 of his last 34. A chance to see his stance a little better this at bat too, and see that toe tap that he employs now. Now, was his surgery, do you know if his surgery was similar to the one that they're trying to work on Mesoraco?
I'm told that it was the same one.
Same one?
I think Tulowitzki and A-Rod had the hip labrum surgery.
Okay. But that they're not catchers, so
correct.
The problem for Devin Mesoraco of the Reds would be whether or not after the surgery he's be able to still get into his catcher's crouch.
If not, they'll probably make him an outfielder. He's not replacing that guy at first base.
No.
Signed forever, it seems.
Well, that's one of the things we were told about Willen Rosario, who's on deck, is that they were going to try to find another place for him, and they tried him in the outfield. That did not work. He's not exactly Freddie Freeman at first base. A little bit on roller skates over there at first at times. The guy can hit.
That's an amazing thing. The history of the Colorado Rockies.
99 on that fastball.
They've had 4 guys, regular players at first base. Big Cat, all those years with Todd Helton. Justin Morneau, who's out with concussion problems again, and now Rosario.
Oh, yeah. Big hook.
Tulowitzki didn't like it. And he lets Mark Rippinger know about it as he heads to the dugout. We'll go to the video room and take a look at this.
PNC Bank Fox Tracks. Yeah, take a good look at it. Good call by the umpire.
It's not where AJ caught it, but where it crossed the plate. It was a strike. 2 outs. 3 Rosario.
3 strikeouts for him.
Good breaking balls from Mike in this inning.
Yeah, you know, it's the 7th inning coming up. Pitcher spot leading up, and you're down by 2. So naturally, you want to get something started with a guy, speedster like Yuri Perez, but you're almost tempted to let Foltynewicz go another inning and just keep saving your bullpen.
Especially with the middle to bottom part of the order coming up for Colorado. Might have an easier time of it. That's the challenge, I'm sure, of managing in this park. You can't manage the game perhaps like you normally would. The point you made, you can burn through your bullpen trying to play matchups if you're not careful. Foltynewicz, the Third Brave pitcher to start tonight, or to pitch tonight, I should say. That one is cut on and missed. AJ's got to track it down. Long throw, and he made it. Chris Johnson gave him a good target in foul ground, and Rosario is struck out. 4 strikeouts for Fultonevich. We'll see if he stays in the game when we head to the 7th. To the free award-winning game millions are playing. Download MLB.com Home Run Derby free on the App Store and Google Play. Chip and Joe with you from Colorado. A nasty night. Good ball game, though. 5-3. Rockies lead it as Atlanta goes to the 7th inning. And again, go back to our trivia question tonight, sponsored by our friends at AT&T Uverse. The Braves have hit 9 homers in the month of July. The last Atlanta Brave to have a multi-homer game at Coors Field was...
I'm going to say Freddie Freeman.
Freddie Freeman? Freddie Freeman's watching the game tonight.
That's
Freddie
why I
likes
said it.
Freddie Freeman likes to help text. He's only texting with his left hand, though, because the right wrist is still problematic. He said it was Evan Gaddis.
Well, what do you say?
I'm going to say Justin Upton.
Okay.
So we get a little help. Let's see if... And of course, we're wrong. Freddie! God. Dan Ugla, July 19th, 2011. Last Brave with a multi-homer game at Coors Field. How could Freddie Freeman miss Dan Ugla on the trivia question?
I don't know.
Big-time pals.
I thought it was Gaddis, too. That's why I said Freddie Freeman.
So, interesting strategy for Freddie Gonzalez.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works out. And your point is an interesting one. Sacrifice an out because your bullpen's in better shape. Fultonevich pitching great. You only have a small handful of bench guys available anyway. Maybe you save Perez if you get it tied. He's going for it here in the 7th.
Right. And it's leading off the inning. Might have been different if it was 2 outs, nobody on. He might have stayed in. But I'm big on Fultonevich's confidence. And it was very obvious after he struck out Stubbs and Paulson to end the 5th, to get 2 outs in the 5th, that he started feeling better and started the 6th inning with the fly ball out, just airing it out. But he was animated. He was hurrying to get back up on the pitching rubber to get the ball back to throw again. And I'd like to see him keep going personally just because of that. He'll be that much.
Whoa! Almost got picked off by the bat.
He'll be that much better his next time out.
Yeah. And we'll ask Freddie about it after the game. You know it went through his mind. As he didn't get that breaking ball.
Good slider. That's the last thing Walt Weiss needed was his star third baseman to get popped by a bat. Jeff Kellogg and Mark Rippiger, the crew chief and the home plate umpire respectively, were talking at length between innings, I think, about the conditions.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Of course, the Braves come to Denver once a year. It seems every time we come, there's a weather extreme of some sort or another. Who can forget a couple of years ago, the Ice Bowl games? Coldest ever game played in Coors Field was between the Braves and Rockies. 23 degrees on April 23rd in 2013. It was snowed out the day before.
There was a snow out, and then it was a coming out party for Julio Teheran. He pitched a brilliant game in the second game of that doubleheader.
3-2 count for Eury Perez, then Jace Peterson, then Cameron Maybin. Foul back to the screen.
Good at bat.
I saw on the video board earlier tonight that the Georgia Tech Alumni Association is at the ballpark. Hear them shouting, "Go Tech." Hear them? Strike 3. Perez is caught looking. 1 out.
Like a fastball, and a little bit like that one he threw Andrelton Simmons. The one to Simmons was right at the bottom of the zone, but a good pitcher's pitch.
Jace is from Louisiana. He knows about hitting in the rain.
Does he?
All the time. Oh, it rains all the time down there, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah, a lot.
I'm asking.
Right back where it came from. Told you. He's 2 for 4. And that brings the potential tying run to the plate again. Cameron Maybin.
He probably played softball in the rain down there at Pelican Park.
Right.
Great softball park in Lafayette. Braves fans that are still here going into their chant, trying to get something going. If you can't really get the feel at home for how it's raining, all you got to do is kind of look at the helmets. It's kind of bouncing off the helmets.
Maybin with Peterson at first. Or if you want, take your TV in the bathroom, turn on the shower, and watch the game while you're under the spigot. I don't know how much more water the infield can take. Starting to see some shiny spots in between first and second and behind Arenado at third base. Popped up. Long run. And Rosario came up short. Good effort, though.
I want to go back to that pickoff attempt when Betancourt threw it over to first base, and the way Jace went back to the bag. He stepped on the bag and then went into foul territory. He's got to be very careful with how wet the base is. Your foot could easily slip off if you, and look at all the diamond drying agent on his shoes and everybody else's shoes. You could easily slip off, so you can't trust the base.
Another pop-up. And young lady with her glove almost came up with that on the fly. She had perfect position, too. But just bounced to the side.
I'm sure she lost her footing. No doubt in my mind.
0-2 for Maben. Cameron has a hit and an RBI this evening. Good play by Arenado, robbed him of a 4th inning hit. And he didn't get it. Maben is out number 2. Second strikeout for Betancourt. And Nick Markakis the batter. Another factor for Freddie Gonzalez, you don't know what the mindset of the umpires is as far as keeping Fultonevich in. This might be his last best shot offensively.
That's a very good point.
If Colorado, or if the umpires here say it's an official game, enough's enough.
It's a very good point.
So Markakis will try to keep the inning alive. Peterson still at first. And a strike outside corner, 0-1.
Sam, our stat man, said that Freddie was out talking to the home plate umpire, Mark Rippinger, a lot in between innings. I didn't see that. He might have been trying to get a feel for just what you said.
Well, he told the umpire about Perez,
which might have helped him make his decision.
Confirm it, yeah. One ball, one strike. Betancourt's a rain delay into himself. He can't get straight on the signs.
He's real fidgety out there too. Where's the bill of that cap out?
Rockies defenders trying to stay loose, keep the throwing hands dry. As Markakis took a breaking ball for a strike. It's 1-2.
Waste pitch. Now let's see what he does. Chase able to hit one back through the middle to get on base. Looked like a fastball, middle in. That last breaking ball was so good, I'd be surprised if he didn't try that again.
Nick fought it off.
Fastball. And what an uncomfortable night for the players and the umpires. Raindrops are getting bigger. Big pitch right here for Betancourt.
And he made it. He struck out the side in the 7th inning. Jace Peterson left stranded. We stretch in Denver, 5-3. Grounds crew applying more Diamond Dry. Got the answer. Diamond Dry Joe's about $15.50 for a 50-pound bag.
Is that right?
Yep.
Well, they've gone through about $312,000 worth of it tonight.
Yeah. And they're hard at work behind the plate as well. That will delay the warm-up tosses of David Carpenter, who will become the fourth Atlanta pitcher in the ball game. Now it's time, fans, for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag SouthDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. That's brought to you by T-Mobile. Alex Wood started tonight through 2 pitches. And then the rains came in the bottom of the first inning. We had a 2-hour and 6-minute rain delay. When play resumed, Jake Brigham came on and pitched. He threw 4 innings, 10 hits, 4 runs in his Coors Field debut. Mike Fultonevich, 2 innings of 3-hit, 1-run baseball with 4 strikeouts. Mike retired the last 6 he faced. And now it's David Carpenter with Gonzalez, LeMahieu, and Hundley coming up.
Boy, David's Braves debut was a beauty a couple of days ago against the Brewers. First and third, 2 out. And he had come in and faced Ryan Braun and struck him out. And did so on an outstanding slider. So this will be his second turn on the mound in an Atlanta uniform. Rain continues to fall. They did spread some of the drying agent, as you said, so hopefully that will help. Although at this point the infielders have got to be just skating on that stuff now.
So the throw down, we're just about set to go as Cargo digs in. 3 doubles for Cargo. That's a career high for one game. And outside from Carpenter, 1 ball, no strikes. Carlos Gonzalez signed through the 2018 season by the Rockies. Bouncing ball, tricky hop. You see that hit that Diamond Dry stuff? That's a heck of a play by Chris Johnson at first.
You've got to stay down on the baseball because it's really going to hug the ground when it hits that stuff.
night for Carlos Gonzalez is over. Watch this hop.
New baseball put in play, and A.J. walked it out to him.
Here's LeMahieu. He's 1 for 3. Mentioned that LeMahieu will be an All-Star this year. When he participates in the All-Star festivities, he will be the tallest second baseman in All-Star history.
No way, really?
6'4", 215 pounds.
Huh.
He's got a second hit. Very treacherous turnaround first. And using ice skates, that's an excellent description, Joe. And he tiptoed around the first base bag. That's the other concern. You want to do the game justice. You want to get the game to the 9th inning and let it be decided then, but you also don't want to put the players at risk. I would imagine that we're getting pretty close.
I think we've passed that point.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. And I mean, no disrespect to the ground crew. They've done everything they can. They were a little tardy getting it down that first one in the first inning. First time that tarp went out. And after that, they've worked their tails off.
Pop fly foul into the seats. Strike one by the Colorado catcher, Nick Hundley. And 14 rain delays for the Colorado Rockies at home this year. Over 22 hours in delays. And 4 rainouts. That is the ultimate nightmare scenario for the Rockies in this ballpark.
So what'd you say, 6'4", 215 on LeMahieu?
Yep.
I was thinking about Bobby Grich. He was a big dude. I don't think he was 6'4".
Yeah, the note said he's going to be the tallest. Inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Ellie Fox was right in there. Well, that's 5'4". Gritch 6'2", 180. Thanks, Sam. Boy, you're on top of it. Great minds think alike, huh?
Corey Blazer, Jeff Kellogg are going to need new shoes. And this game is over. Shot toward Uribe, and he couldn't make the play. And Simmons slid into shallow left to corral the loose baseball.
Again, you don't know how to play the baseball. That was smoke. That ball was hit really hard. And it'll go as a base hit, but you just don't know how the ball's going to come off the grass because it's so wet, and when it hits that part of the drying agent. I hope that hit his glove and not his forearm.
Back-to-back hits with 1 out. That'll bring up Drew Stubbs. Pitcher's spot is next. Brandon Barnes is the man on deck.
Ooh.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that'll cause you to flinch a little bit. Sidearm delivery and breaking ball thrown right at you.
That's out of play again. No balls, 2 strikes.
I'll say this for the people that are here. They either have an umbrella they've got a poncho or they've got both.
And if they don't, they're going to have the flu.
Yeah.
No balls, 2 strikes. Strike 3 inside quarter. Good pitch. And now Brandon Barnes will be the batter. He'll do a double take when I saw his name on the lineup sheet.
Boy, that's a good pitch.
The small print in my old eyes, I thought it was Clint Barnes for a second.
Yeah.
So it's Barnes in the 7th.
They've still got Daniel Descalso on the bench. And Mike McHenry.
Barnes came over from the Astros with Jordan Lyles. That was the deal for Dexter Fowler in 2013. Barnes got a lot of playing time last year at 257, hit 8 homers, knocked in 27. He's in Orange County, California.
Tell you what, I'm sure there are going to be nights where David Carpenter's breaking ball might escape him a little bit. Maybe it comes out of his hand a little different. But right now, tonight, I'm really liking what I'm seeing, especially these right-handed hitters who've got to wait just a millisecond to find out if that's a fastball coming at them or a breaking ball that they've got to try to reach out and put in play.
We keep talking about all the different men who've pitched out of the Braves bullpen this year, and there have been a lot of them. And there are more coming. Carpenter has indeed impressed in his first 2 assignments in relief for the Braves. 1-2 pitch. Awkward swing. He fought it off.
And you know, over the last several years, they've had the humidor here.
Yep.
Try to store the baseballs in an environment with humidity. And the breaking balls, as we've seen from Betancourt already tonight, and now from Carpenter, when there's more humidity in the air, you're going to get more break.
1-2. Little pop, shallow right. Will it hang up from Markakis? It will. He got an excellent jump. And Carpenter a very solid bottom of the 7th. We go to the 8th. Still anybody's game in Denver. 5-3 your score. Cincinnati for the Midsummer Classic with home field advantage for the World Series on the line. Our coverage of the 2015 MLB All-Star Game begins July 14th at 7 Eastern on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. More Diamond Dry. They've applied it down the first base line and are currently applying it down the third base line, especially where the umpires are standing. I mean, they're maybe an inch or two deep in mud past the first and third base bags. And now some Diamond Dry is going to be applied right along the edge of the outfield grass behind first base and out towards second. You can see the first base umpire, Jeff Kellogg, testing the dirt and showing just how muddy this infield truly is at Coors Field. It has rained since about the second inning tonight, once play resumed. But we battle on into the eighth inning. Tommy Kahnle's the new Colorado pitcher. And now Jeff Kellogg is going to go out and talk with the other three field umpires about the playing conditions and whether or not we can continue this ball game.
And this is after they've applied the drying agent. Has it improved it that much that it's going to be okay? They're bringing out more to hit these wet spots, these real bright spots you can see right behind the bag at second and right behind where the first baseman would play. And it's still raining.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem, is that it hasn't quit raining.
They just can't get caught up.
No.
So Diamond Dry behind the second base bag, all along the infield edges where the grass meets the infield dirt. And just as soon as they throw that drying agent down, you can see how dark the rainfall makes it. I mean, it has almost no time to do any work before it too becomes saturated and then sticky for the infielders' cleats. Look at the tracks the grounds crew guys are making after they lay it down. You can see them sinking in. As you said, they may have been a little late or given clearance to pull the tarp a little late in the first inning, but since the Denver grounds crew guys have done an amazing job. Paid crowd tonight in Denver, 30,334. Most of them have headed for dryness.
Not Andre. He's down there sitting in the rain.
Is he?
Oh, I'm sure he is, because he's a gamer. Make no mistake about it. In fact, we're told now that Andre was trying to take out a bag of drying agent to help out. They said no, thank you.
Joe, let me tell you something.
Oh,
I'm below the stadium trying to help the guys with the big with the big bags. They won't let me get out there because they think I'm just trying to get a little camera time. I'm doing everything I can to kind of help out here. It's just we're fighting Mother Nature.
I know we are, buddy. I'm just wondering where they keep bringing these bags out from. I don't know where they store all this stuff, because I haven't seen it walking in the ballpark.
Nope. And the grounds crew, head of grounds here in Denver, doing all he can to update the umpires. Really not much to update. It's raining hard. And out of respect for the game, they want to try to get 9 innings in, so there's no.
Well, that looks like it, but I'd tell you one thing. I'd be glad if I were the Braves. I'd be glad if I was Freddie Gonzalez, that it's my team in the dugout and not my pitcher standing out there trying to get ready to pitch. So we'll see how it turns out. So he's got a good arm too. I don't know that he throws as hard as Oberg, but he's got a good arm, good ERA. A few walks mixed in there with all those strikeouts. See how he handles the conditions.
He's given up runs in 3 of his last 6 games and 4 of his last 8. So the Braves have a shot with Kelly Johnson leading off. Shift on. And that's a ball outside.
Good bunt possibility here. Leading off the inning, push it to third, nobody there.
97-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, that was a pretty good pitch.
Hundley caught that a bit awkwardly. That might have cost Canely a strike.
Agreed. Might have been running down and away from him that caused that too. No, that was pretty straight. '97 to '88.
The other part about that bunt idea, there's no diamond dry on that infield grass. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Kelly is still alive. Got the corner that time. And Kelly is caught looking. 1 away.
PNC Bank, Fox Tracks. Can't get much better than that.
Uribe 0 for 3. Struck out last time up. Ball 1. The Nationals are idle tonight. They lead the division, as you know. They begin a series with the Orioles tomorrow. Two and 0. Braves begin play tonight, 4.5 games out of first. To second. Tricky hop LeMahieu. He throws a mud ball to first, 2 out.
Last time I saw a game that was where the field was this rough, and this is actually maybe a little better, was a game at Robert F. Kennedy Stadium before the Nationals moved into Nationals Park.
Yep, I remember that night.
It was like the 9th inning.
And just kept raining, and they ran out of diamond dry.
And I think Christian Guzman was at shortstop and slipped and threw one wild and helped the Braves win the game.
Yep.
On what was just a horrible surface.
I think at the time at RFK, the grounds crew was actually a volunteer grounds crew. They didn't have an official grounds crew there. I mean, look at what the infielders have to deal with. I mean, they're replacing divots when they step onto and then off the grass. Told me yesterday the forecast in Denver, the rest of the series should be pretty good, right?
It was supposed to be pretty good today. It just all just kind of popped up. AJ having a hard time getting footing. I mean, you knew about the forecast for possible showers right at game time, but nobody could have predicted what hit here.
Missed. So think about all the diamond dry they've applied, and with each passing pitch, the first base umpire Jeff Kellogg is walking out on that dirt surface and sticking his foot in the mud just to test how firm the footing is. Up the middle, tricky play, and Tulo made it. And Przinsky and the Braves are done in the 8th inning. 3 up and 3 down, 5-3 Colorado. And A.J. Przinsky's given Jeff Kellogg an earful. He thinks this game ought to be stopped.
only see on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 4 o'clock Eastern. Then at 7 o'clock Eastern time, it's Baseball Night in America as the Yankees battle the Red Sox on your local Fox station. It's all this week on your home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1.
Game 2 of our series comes your way tomorrow night here in Denver. Hopefully better weather. We expected David Hale to face Shelby Miller. Don't know who will pitch for the Rockies. We do know Shelby Miller's one of our Chevron starters.
Be nice for him to head into the All-Star break with a W and snap this string of starts without a win.
So into the game comes David Aardsma. Born in Denver, Colorado. He went to Cherry Creek High School. A 2000 graduate of Cherry Creek High. Then on to Penn State for a year and Rice. Then drafted by the Giants. Number 1, 22nd overall in 2003. So, you know, his pass list was heavy tonight. Hopefully they're still here as this game moves to the home 8th.
I know his family's on the trip. Make sure they get to come up and see everybody.
A strike to Charlie Blackmon. Blackmon 1 for 4 in the game. Here's a question for you. If this score holds, what do you give the win to for Colorado?
I think this is one of those official scores decisions.
Who pitched the most effectively?
Who was the most effective?
Yeah.
And right now for them, I would say probably Betancourt. I mean, nobody's worked more than an inning and 2/3, so
right.
It might even be David Hale.
Yep, he came on in relief and then left with a groin problem. So here's Arenado with a man aboard. Colorado with 16 hits, Atlanta with 10 hits tonight. Believe it or not, it's been an errorless game. And up and in, 1 ball, no strikes.
Tell you, Jake Brigham's 4 innings really helped out tonight. I know he gave up 4 runs, but being able to go 4 innings was a nice thing.
Oh, look at that pick by Simmons and the double play.
Anderson didn't know he had it. I mean, as good as he is, he wasn't sure that the ball was in his glove. Look at him. I say that because he was kind of looking down about the time he was about ready to shovel it over to Jace.
So that clears the bases. Here's Tulowitzki. 5th time he's come to the plate tonight. And he's still kind of chirping about his strikeout in the 6th inning. Fultonevich got him looking. And the ball low.
Well, I hope he went back and looked at the video and came up there and told Rivinger, you know what, you were right. There's some managers grousing about that these days, about how they wish their players would stay in the dugout and watch the game instead of running back to check on every one of their swings on the video.
Up high from Aardsma, 2 balls and a strike.
But it's up to those managers who are bothered by it to be able to do something about it.
Now 3-1. Rosario waits on deck. Braves will have the 7, 8, and 9 hitters coming up in the top of the inning. That's high ball 4. Tulowitzki walks. The Braves will take their chances with Rosario.
Sam went and checked for us. According to the official score right now, David Hale is the pitcher of record.
Okay.
Thanks, Sam. John Axford, the former Brewer closer, is the closer for the Rockies. He has 14 saves on the year. Good numbers.
Daniel Descalso will run for Tulowitzki. That's a smart move with the nasty track. And ball 1 to Rosario.
Yeah, Daniel, we don't want Troy to get hurt, so you go out there and do the best you can.
One ball, no strikes. Rosario didn't get it. Dodgers beat the Phillies 6-0. Miami beat the Reds 2-0. Cardinals beat the Pirates 4-1 today. That's the National League side of the ledger. Here it's 5-3 Rockies in the bottom of the 8th.
All the games are final, so anybody that's watching baseball is watching this.
1-2.
And if you just joined us, it's been raining all night.
Look out. That was headed right for the security guard. There's 2 of them down that line past the dugout. Well, actually 3 of them. There's one right at the edge of the railing. I don't know if that guard had a glove or not. Guess not. One ball, 2 strikes. Strike 3, and we are headed to the 9th inning. Welcome back to Denver, David Artsma. A hit and a walk, no runs allowed. Last call for the Braves. War, Diamond dry, as Daniel Descalso will take over for Tulowitzki at shortstop. And the Braves still very much in this ball game. They've got Chris Johnson, Andrelton Simmons, and I'm guessing Pedro Siriaco. Then we hope Jace Peterson and others to follow as Atlanta takes aim at John Axford, the Colorado closer, who has had, shall we say, a tumultuous year. Not because of anything he's done on the baseball diamond, but what took place for him this spring. On March 25th, Axford was pitching down in Arizona. His young son Jameson, 2 years old, was playing in the yard and was bitten on the foot twice by a rattlesnake. And somehow, some way, this little guy, Jameson Axford, endured some surgeries, some skin grafts, came to the ballpark on May the 8th, and on a rainy night against the LA Dodgers from his wheelchair threw out a ceremonial first pitch that didn't leave a dry eye in the house.
Yeah, it's quite a story, and you know that his dad and his mom are very grateful to the medical people down in Arizona that helped pull him through that. John's numbers: 14 saves, 1 and 2, 255. Right at a strikeout per inning pitch and just a 234 average against him. There they are. Bottom third of the order for Atlanta. Chris Johnson's had a good night, but he's 0 for 3 lifetime against Axford.
The rain is all but stopped, which is nice.
Of course.
That'll help the Braves, yeah.
It's a ninth inning.
Right, yeah, makes perfect sense. We continue the series this weekend. Game 2 tomorrow at 7:30 Eastern Time. Games 3 and 4 Saturday and Sunday. Those are day games. 3:30 Eastern Time, all of them on Fox Sports South. And then we reach the All-Star break. John Axford out of Simcoe, Ontario. Led the National League in saves in 2011. The Brewers, Cardinals, Indians, Pirates, and now Colorado. Strike one. Axford was originally drafted by the Seattle Mariners. Instead, he went to Notre Dame. Had Tommy John surgery. Lost his scholarship as a redshirt senior, but earned his bachelor's degree in film, TV, and theater. A year of athletic eligibility left. Went to Canisius College. Reds were scouting him, declined to sign him to a contract. Pitched for a independent league team with a great name, the Melville Millionaires of the Western Major Baseball League. He threw 7 innings, struck out 19 men that day. Then the Yankees saw that, signed him to a minor league contract, and his professional journey began.
It looks like he's put on a little weight since we first saw him in Milwaukee. He's a little bigger.
Nothing wrong with his arm.
Nope.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And into the seats. It's the time of night where you worry about too much nitrogen.
It can really affect the flight of the baseball. I know that. They don't expect Chris Johnson to pull the ball either. They are shading him toward right, Blackman especially.
Swing and a miss. There's out number 1. Hamilton Simmons is 1 for 3 with a run scored. All 3 Braves runs came in the 5th. Jace Peterson with a bases clearing double, or I beg your pardon, a 2-run double. Cameron Maben followed with a sacrifice fly. And that's all she wrote. Colorado 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 2nd, 1 in the 5th. Showed bunt. Took a ball. It will be Siriaco next.
Andrelton doing the right thing here, trying to make him throw a strike. Need a base runner to bring the tying run to the plate. Try to get on any way you can.
Swinging bunt. Axford, treacherous footing. Fields throws it away. There's a break for the Braves in the 9th inning. That's what we were talking about an inning ago. No diamond dry on the infield grass. You saw how gingerly Axford chased down the ball. Must have been soaking wet because he airmailed Rosario at first.
This was an excellent job by LeMahieu and Carlos Gonzalez to back this play up too. Otherwise Simmons is at second base.
That's the first error of the night. And the tying runs in the batter's box. Pedro Siriaco. We bragged all year long about how productive the Braves' pinch hitting core has been. Pedro's had a big hand in that. He's 7 for 18 as a pinch hitter. And a shot toward right, but right at Cargo. He's got it, 2 out.
Boy, hit that on the button. Had him positioned perfectly.
But the Rockies aren't out of the woods yet. They've got to retire Jace Peterson, who's 2 for 4. Cameron Maybin hopes to hit next. The pitch. Didn't get a fastball. Stee, right 1. Runner goes and slashed foul. It's 0-2.
Braves could tie it up here and keep playing because it's quit raining finally.
We should have started the game at midnight. That would have been really fair. Crazy things have happened at the midnight hour. Let's see what happens on an 0-2 pitch. Runner goes. It's high. Simmons takes second without a play defensively. No steal. One ball, 2 strikes. Ball game. Axford shuts the door in the 9th inning. And at 12 o'clock Mountain Time, the Rockies have taken game 1 of the series. A rain-soaked 5-3 win at home. David Hale's the winner. Jake Brigham's the loser. Axford picks up the save. And we'll have more from Denver after this.